what this is actually a commitment device for myself, because my challenge with trading is not so much not understanding the mechanics of the trading itself, but it's about the discipline around how to trade professionally, right? The idea is you have to trade as though you're trading over 100 trades and not just a single trade and not just a single win. So it's very exciting to be playing the game and trying to win the game in a moment. But what it really is about is getting it done in the long term. So yesterday was not a fantastic day. It was the first day of the challenge, and we started off with $100 and immediately went into losses. And I'm trying to keep the rules of the trading going, and which is actually good because of the accountability here as I'm doing this video out into the public. Again, I fully understand that maybe you might be watching, you might not be watching, whatever it is, but it's for me a process where I can sort of be accountable to myself. I'm actually making sure that I follow the rules. So just to recount the general rules, it's always about following the trend. Where is the price going? We're also making sure that we only trade from significant levels and trading only live. That means when this session is open, that's the only time we will actually get anything done. So even though there were opportunities yesterday after the session had gone offline, I had to pass on them because it wasn't within the rules. It just wasn't within what I was going to do. So yeah, that's the way it kind of is. Let me try and share some stuff here. Well, let's go to this first. This is the chart that we're working with today. I'm going to leave the text up there as well so that it kind of is contextually clear what's going on. And let's have a look at what's going on this morning in terms of the market. There is something happening here where it's coming to a significant level. I can see that, in the past here, you can see that there's been, the prices have been significant at this level here. So that's there and there. And just so you know as well, this is the what we call the 1 hour chart. So it's the H1 chart, and that level is kind of been respected 3 times here. And then at the same time, you see that there's kind of a little bit of a bottom of a market happening here. So this is showing up now very much like it might be a range. And the range is when the price is going between 2 places. So this is the high and this is probably the low of this. But we don't assume that any of this is true. What we need to do is we need to get proof of it. So this is where we go in and we try and get some evidence on the smaller time frames, right? So what I'm looking for right now, if there's a trade on, is probably going to be where the trade follows the range. It stays within the range, so that would be a possible trade. And we're going to look at it now at a more micro scale. So this is the 5-minute chart right now. We were looking at the 1 hour chart before. And we just want to see where it's going. And in the smaller scale of things, it's actually moving up right now. So the trend is actually moving up. And if I were to take a trade right now, if I'm looking for a sell, it's against the trend, which is not what we want to do. We want to make sure the trend has changed. If we're going for a sell, so this is it, approaching it's approaching that level that we had seen before, the hourly level. It's on the 15-minute chart, and this is the 5-minute chart where it's approaching the level as well. To make sure that that is going to be right up there. And then we can also see, just for curiosity, what the 1-minute chart looks like, because you can always have a bit of a sense of what the market is doing. This is the twitchy bit where you see the small bits of what's happening in the market, and then you go, okay, we get some early sense of some market twitches, but we don't want to act on them. What we're trying to do is just have a sense of what's going on with the market in terms of the price in terms of the level that we're looking at as well. So just to be sure, what we're doing right now is we are looking at the price coming up to an hourly level, and it's shown some significance as well in the past. So we'll see what the market does at this point. And this is the challenging part. This is the challenging part right now, which is to wait and wait. Nothing much happens. It's about just having a look to see what the market does at this point. We only know one thing at this point in terms of the market, and that is this level, this price was somewhat significant. We don't know exactly what the reasons might be, but we can see that over the past, this has been a significant level for the market, and this is where the market has made some decisions in the past. So we're watching to see what's happening. By the way, the stream today is not as robust as yesterday. It's because I made a mistake with the settings. I thought instead of starting the stream again, what I'd do is just proceed with it. So the stream is running at slightly lower bit rate than it's supposed to. I think you'll still be able to see what's going on, but we'll go with that. I'm also going to try to keep track of messages and all that kind of stuff. So this is this is what's going on right now. I am trying to maintain or look at different chats as well. But just so you know what the channel is about, this channel is really not a teaching channel. It's not about you following me. And really, as you read the disclaimers at the start as well, this is not advice to trade. This is for me to keep an accountability to myself, because this is a project that I know can work. And it's a project that's going to work only if I stay with the plan, right? And the plan is to be very strict about the way we'll approach it, right? So it has to be when the opportunity truly arrives, when there is a good reason for a particular trade to happen. And right now, there seem to be a few things that may lead to this being a good trade. So I'm going to look at the M15 as well, just to see what we have in terms of confirmation or other sort of like shadow levels. Now, it's a term that I've just kind of made up there. But what I mean is you have different levels at which the price in a market is going to respond. It's always going to be based on the history, right? So in the past, people have done some things at certain prices. And those things are going to have their echoes in the future as well, right? So what I'm looking at right now is the price pushing up, and that line that you see, that orange line where the price currently is at, is actually the price from the hourly price level, right? And that's from a few days already. So yesterday, not for a few days, just yesterday, but from a few hours from yesterday, it's shown to be honoring that level. I'm going to put this line in here, and I'm going to give it a less weight as well. I'm going to make it a lighter line, and just so that we have a track of it. That is the M15 line. And it's just a hierarchy of lines, right? So if you think about elephants, right? I know, worst idea. If you think of animals in general, right? Elephants you want to pay a bit more attention to because they're big, they're bulky, they can cause damage. A mouse maybe not as much, and then in between a dog. So there's a hierarchy of lines as well. So the hierarchy right now is such that we are coming up to a line which corresponds to where the hourly chart has shown you an upper and lower level, right? So that's the main hierarchy, right? And then if we look a little bit lower, we're looking now at the 15-minute chart, where we can see that there are some lines here as well that I'm drawing there. And we are going to give the lines the respect based on that hierarchy as well, right? So the 15-minute line It's going to be a shadow. It's going to be something that will be sort of in play. As you can see, it's where the price this morning actually went up and came down from. So there's something about the price that it's not a neutral zone, but at the same time we still have this major line, which you can see the market tends to hold. Now, why does the market tend to generally honor or respect these lines? It's because when you're the bigger a trader you are, and this is about the rest of the market that is influencing this. So just to give you a really good sense of it, I am having zero effect on this market. I can sell as much as I want. I can buy as much as I want. I'm having zero effect on this market. Oh, by the way, I've also increased the size of the things you can see at the on screen. It's usually very, very small right at the bottom, but I thought I'd just make it a little bit more significant so you could see what's going as well. A report on yesterday, which I would say, let me see if I can get this up on screen. This is okay. This is going to be too much reporting for one small thing, but let me see if I can get that in as well. I didn't prepare the. You know what? I won't bother with the graphic right now. I actually created a graphical way to explain or demonstrate how the performance has gone. And you know what? Just for fun, I think I managed to. I'm going to put it up on screen anyway because it's stupid and therefore it's entertaining. So I'm gonna be just doing it. Let me just make sure that I have it done correctly. There you go. Yeah, so this is gonna make a difference in a month when you have more data, right? But right now there is only just 2 points. But here's your high-tech graphical display of what happened from day one. Day one, we opened with a balance of 100, and after a day, we closed with a balance of $94.14, or as the graphics will show you, is hardly any difference at all because it looks more or less the same. It doesn't change very much, especially in 3D. But there you go, fancy graphics over. So back to the chart. Again, it is all about waiting. And by the way, the other job that I have is one where I teach people presentation skills and coaching them in storytelling. And one of the things that I tell people is that, when you do anything, you have an obligation to be interesting. And I realize that while I'm doing this as an accountability tool to myself, right? Because this is really about me. I want to be exposed when I'm doing, and that sounds weird, but I want to be exposed as I'm doing what I do, right? And the problem that I was facing before, and a lot of things in life, not just trading, is that I am not exposed in the way that people don't know what I am not doing or doing, right? So in that sense, that there's poor accountability. In that sense, I can get away with doing or not doing stuff. And so when it comes to trading, that's what I've been doing. Right? I've been a poor loser, which is one of the things that I really have to learn to do. Which is where, as you lose, you just have to let go. That is a result of trading, and that's all it is, right? The power of trading in the long term, compounding returns, works this way. What you do is you conduct yourself in a certain way that produces a certain kind of result, right? And that certain kind of result is a statistical result. And that means maybe 7 out of 10 times you're going to win, which leaves 3 times that you're going to lose, right? And what you have to do is maintain the behavior all this time that you're going through. So the 7 times you win should be the same as the 3 times you lose, all right? Otherwise, what's going to happen is you're going to change your behavior and you're going to change the way that you are going to react to the market, right? And speaking of reacting to the market, so let's have a look and see what's happened here. Interestingly, it's hit the line, and we can see a little bit of initial action here in terms of the price coming down as well. I'm just going to make some marks here so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm sure you can, but in case you can't, so you can see it's hit the line, right? Oops, that's a really distorted kind of a thing. Yeah, it's coming down here. It's hit the line, and it's doing that little sort of bouncing around the line thing. Now, it's very, very easy, and this is the thing that I have to stop myself from doing all the time. It's just to take the bite straight away and go like, there you go, I'm right, right? We are always just going to approach it and say, well, it looks like this could be happening, right? It looks like this could be happening, and we're looking for confirmation for it to be happening. It's always exciting because this is where all the big action happens. When it gets to a major line, a major level like this, which is actually a level that's based on the H1, and it's also in the circumstance of being quite possibly, if you look at this, a ranging situation where there's an upper level, a very clear upper and lower level. The prices for a last, I'd say, more than half a day, really, where the prices ranged between two levels. So that's a pretty strong indication. And we look at, and it happens to come up to this point. It feels like everything is falling into the right place, right? Now, why is that good and bad news? Well, it's good news when it's falling into place because it's kind of the signal that an opportunity is brewing. It's bad news because, as that famous Star Wars meme goes, it could be a trap. Well, it doesn't say it could be a trap. It says, it's a trap. Trading is about market makers trapping a lot of other traders. Now, it sounds like a terrible thing, but that's the way trading works. For a trade to be successful, when the trade is going to move either the market, if it's going to go in your favor and you're a market maker, it means that you have a large enough control of the market, and you want to, obviously, to make money, you want to move a market in a certain direction. So if you're the guy who has all that ability to do that, and I'm just going to rewind that and say, if you're a girl who wants to do that and you have the ability to do that, what you're going to do is create some impetus, some kind of stimulus trigger to make a market behave in a certain way, right? So you're playing a kind of psychology against the market as well, and you would be exploiting the market so that you can have your way, right? And so at this point right now, for instance, it's come to a level where, that there is a broader consensus among the professionals, the people who are bigger players in the market, that this is a level where things can happen. And it's a place where, a seller might decide that they're going to put in their orders. A buyer might decide they're going to buy the market up and break the range, right? That's all possible. And as they're doing this, there are going to be initial moves that are going to seem the signal that this is happening. And then it's out of those initial moves that the rest of the market, the smaller players, get to be trapped by the trade. So, and what do we mean by this? It's like when a market seems to be going up, right? The market gets pushed in a positive direction in terms of prices going up. The initial push causes people to join in as well, because people feel they have missed out on the price, and then when the price is going up, they want to chase the price, and they load up, right? Now, the market maker in this particular situation has a tremendous opportunity, because what they probably have done is their initial order that was big enough to move the market and move it up has now caused more people to come in on this and want to buy into this situation, right? But the price now is a bit higher. Guess what? You have a huge position. It has just moved up. There's a simple profit to be made there. Sell to everyone who wants to buy. And so what tends to happen is the price moves up. It does a little bit of a fake because the big participants tend to sell off a big position, and then it pops back down again. And that's where you see all these what they call fake outs. It's a breakout with no continuity in the market, and that happens more times than not, right? And that's the mechanism that's going on there. So market makers are doing their initial move to prime the market, so the chasers come in, and then they use those people who are buying from them as liquidity so that they make some instant profits. Price comes back down again, and they get to load up more orders. And then if they have control of the market, because it's always a battle between the bulls and the bears. If they have control of the market, then what's going to happen is they might be able to push the market in the direction that they want, right? So back to this waiting game with what's happening here on screen. If you look at the price, it is still hovering at around the level that we discovered or spotted, right? And it's not unique to us. We're not the only ones in the world who know this. Everybody who is trading using the hourly charts would see the same level as well. So there is no action to be taken until we understand where the market is going. So this is about sitting on your hands, my hands, and not doing anything. Yeah, so talking about presentation stuff and what I tell my clients about this. Yeah, the obligation to entertain is pretty high, right? In terms of just being together in person with somebody, it's only if you really, really sort of have a very cool relationship where you're just like, okay, we're just going to be in our corners here and chill, and there's no obligation to entertain. But if you are not in that situation, there kind of is. So I feel the pressure of this because if you're spending any time at all watching, being online with me, that means I have to do a little something, talk about something. And while we wait for this, I guess I can tell you about something that I've been thinking about doing on my socials elsewhere, right? So this is not supposed to be a social media channel. This is supposed to be a means for me to keep myself honest by making sure that all my actions are out in public and for all to see. If anyone decides they want to have a look, they can always look. And it's a way for me to be accountable, right? So on the rest of the stuff that I want to do on social media is I want to do things where I am beginning to give out some free advice on presentation skills, on things that can be useful to executives. So I'm lucky to be somebody who is already doing that kind of stuff with high-level executives. I help them with their presentations. I help make sure that their stories are coherent, that they make things interesting for their audience as well, because that's important. And I help refine their stories, right? That's the thing that a lot of people have difficulty with, because you have such a clear recollection of every single thing that happened in that particular circumstance, right? Your story, that you think that, okay, I got to tell the whole story. And the problem with that is that's not really the story, right? That's actually you replaying every single detail, and it's not what is actually at the heart of a story. So the heart of a story is actually the moments where there's progress and tension against what you're trying to achieve and what gets in the way of that, right? And that's when there is a story. And story is just about human behavior. It's like you go to the door and you want to get out, and you put your hand on the door and the door is locked, and you realize you have no key. That's the heart of a little story. So you want to do that, build it up, and that can be bigger in terms of a business story, or it can be as simple as a scene in a movie. So one of the things that I've learned over the years is this idea of the most mundane scenes becoming riveting because you're trying to see what's going to happen next, right? There is a story that I read a long time ago. I can't recall the exact name of it, but the gist of the story was someone has one match left and they're trying to light a candle. It's cold, it's freezing, and the wind's blowing. How are they going to do this? How can they succeed with it? Are they going to succeed with it? What happens next? You can feel it already, right? You can get the sense of it, and it was one of the very best examples to me when I was reading it of how you take something which would be mundane. You would think that that's not what you can do to tell a story, but yeah, you can. You can tell a story about anything as long as there's some kind of significance to it, right? So someone trying to light a match, to light a candle, that's not a huge story unless what you do is you add in some stakes, right? And I don't mean meat. I mean stakes as in like, what could go wrong if this doesn't happen, right? What's the cost of this if it fails? So in this particular story, it's coal, it's bitter coal, it's going to be the only source of heat, it's going to be the source of light. I remember some of the details now. It was this little girl who had, I mean, it was basically just at the end of a tether. She's in this terrible, bitter cold, and this is all she's got. And this is the little glimmer of hope that she's hanging on to. And these are all the challenges. She can try and light the candle, use the candle perhaps to give her a little bit of a bit of heat that's gonna maybe save her life, right? She's got the single match that is the only way that she can tell, she can light this candle with. What's gonna happen? What happens next? So that simple thing that was previously not a big deal kind of becomes a big deal, right? So anyway, all that just so that we can wait some more and see what happens. So now if you look at the price, and this is where again I'm actually just comparing things with how I might have done things if I was not doing this live stream. So in a sense, this stream is working exactly the way as I wanted it to, right? It's actually forcing me to take lots of time before I make the decisions that I would normally take in an instant, right? So in my former way of thinking and looking at things, I would have been very tempted, especially with this little bit here. I'm just going to show that to you on the screen. So this little bit here, that would have been super tempting for me to do a sell, right? Because it's at the line, right? And you go, story-wise, that kind of makes sense, right? It's at the line, it's at the top of the range. It's quite possible that it's going to work. And guess what? There's probably 1,000, maybe more traders right now who are trapped in the trade that would have been, right? Which is where it looks like this is the place to get in, and it's not. And what they've done is they've done a sell. So they've done a sell at this point here right now, and currently, because the price is going against them, they're in a lot of pain, and they're probably going to have some loose hands in terms of what could be an opportunity for, again, bigger traders, the market makers, to take the positions off of them for very, very, very cheap, right? Because they got a chance to sell. For the people who are in the market to sell, and let's say they're setting up a sell here, they just got it cheap, right? Because they get they get to get into a sell position, and this is going to be a little confusing if anybody who's, I guess, not done trading before is going to hear about this. How do you sell something when you don't have it already bought, right? That's what you can do, right? You can sell before you buy in trading. That's just the concept. And the rule is very simple. It's still the difference between the price of buying and selling that actually is your profit, right? So you can sell first, buy later. As long as you sell high and you buy low, you also make a profit. So we're looking at this right now. And as you can see, the price is approaching the previous M15 level, right? And that's I mean, we always look at the bodies of the candles as well. We don't regard the wicks as being sort of real in the sense that um, the wicks are not the professional part of the trading, as in like there is a lot of movement around it, but where the actual bodies are kind of it's more like the official documents of trading history, I guess, if you want to find a way of saying that, if I want to say it, I guess. So we are concerned primarily with the bodies of the candles where they actually show themselves, their behavior. And right now we're tracking the M15s. We're seeing it's coming up to a previous M15 high as well. It has gone above the H1 level, which means it has a slightly bullish nature now, right? Because it's gone up above that level. And the question now is, what are we going to do? How do we react to the price? Nothing yet, right? Now you might be wondering why not. If you can see that once the market has gone on and pushed through like that and it's pushing up, why not take a buy? Why not? Because you can see where the market is going. Why not take the buy? Because it is at this point risky. It's an expensive time to take a buy, because if you look at this is now the H1 levels that we're looking at, and if you see the price has been going up and down, you can see that there's been an upper and lower limit, right? Even if the price currently is breaking out of here and moving up, this is an expensive time to get on board that particular trade, right? Because if you think about what is the opposite of that is you're wrong, which means that the price comes back down again. This is about the most expensive place you can get into this trade, right? Because you're going to try to get in on the trade, at this point, which is the expensive place. Let me just do that properly, or try and do that properly. If we get here, right? If we get it on the trade here, it's very expensive, because the downside to this trade, or where we have to be prepared to be wrong about this, is all the way down here. And that's a lot of money to put aside, right? Just to be in a trade. So we don't want to be participating in that, even though there's a good chance the trade is going to go, or that the price is going to go in the direction that we know. We just don't know where it's going to go in between as well, because there's going to be lots of big players who are going to do that thing I told you about earlier, right? Where they move the market first in a certain direction, then they take they sell off, take profit, and they use that liquidity to take another position as they're going back into the market. So here we have the price going above the H1 level. Looks like it's sustaining that, but we're coming up against this price where it is the high of the day today. So that's the price that that we saw on the M15, right? It's coming to the high of the day. And you can see the price has gone up there, and it's reacted pretty much the way you would expect it to. It'll go up there and touch the price and sort of come back. That's a small market movement. And again, this is the place I would normally go, I want to sell. I want to get into this right now. And that's the difference that I'm going to have to bring onto myself. I would have to wait now for confirmation. I'm looking for it to say that it's going to bounce off. The second thing is going to be about risk and reward ratios, right? So risk and reward ratios are about how much money is on the table for a particular trade, and in terms of if I lose, and that's going to be versus the amount of money I make. So if you look at it this way, if you have a dollar down, right, and if you're wrong, the dollar goes away. That's your risk. The reward is what's on the other side of this, right? So if I'm right, do I get a dollar back? Do I get one more dollar? Do I get $2? Do I get 10? So that's your rewards. The risk to reward ratio is something you want to be aware of as well, because when it comes to trading and it's compounding over time, that is going to be a significant part of the story as well, right? So, and it's why, we, and it's why I say we. I'm embodying myself as a proper trader. It's why we are going to watch that number very carefully all the time, because it is not just about the single event, right? So it's not like making a bet on football. You have this game, you have the outcome of this game, and you could win or lose. So that's the bet you make on this particular game, right? But as a trader, what you're doing is you are not just betting on this one game. You are actually a career pundit, if you like. Well, not pundit. Pundit's the wrong way. You're punter. You're a career punter. What you are doing is you are going to be taking lots and lots of positions in the market. And you are basically saying that over the next 20, 30, 50, 100 games, how am I going to do, right? Because I'll be right sometimes, I'll be wrong sometimes. So because of that, it's going to affect how you actually approach the single game. Because the single game, if you treat it as only the single game, it doesn't affect it if you misbehave, if you change your rules. But when you apply that over 100 trades, what happens, or trades or bets or whatever it is, it amplifies, right? So yesterday I'm also studying to be a coach, in the sense that I'm studying under a master coach who is teaching the techniques of coaching professionally, ICC coaching, ICF coaching, I beg your pardon, International Coaching Federation. And we were talking about habits yesterday, and I think it's completely relevant to what I'm talking about right now. You know, that little change in a habit that is going to change the trajectory when it's amplified, right? So making that small change, that 1% change, doesn't necessarily make a huge difference. It doesn't feel like a huge difference. But when you amplify that over time, just 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, it actually becomes hyperbolic after some times. So that is something to consider about your habits, not just to do with trading. It is particularly true with trading, because it's a measurable way of doing it, but it's also about all the things you do in life. And as I've been saying about this channel, this is a reflective channel for me. Accountability, think of it as self-coaching as well. It's conversation with myself, and you're welcome to, you know, if you like, add comments, ask questions. Remembering all this time that this is not advice to trade. Again, all the usual caveats. Yeah, it's not advice to trade. It's about just me trying to keep myself honest. Currently, again, just speaking out what's happening. It's it's testing the price from this morning. I will tell you about what I am sort of seeing in the chart, and this is something that I may have to come back to and figure out later. But I see, let me see if I can show you what I see, because it's got a lot of stuff to see actually. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm gonna bring this back into range like this so we can see that. Okay. All right. So what I see in this so far at the M15 level is a combination of things. One is that there is a range, and now the outer limits of the range is being tested. There's very subtly as well, there is something that's happening here in terms of a kind of a push, downward push. And where I'm seeing the signs of it is the tops are actually going down slightly, and more significantly, the lows are also going down ever so slightly as well. So there's a little hint of something that's happening there. And that's the kind of thing that makes me go like, okay, there seems to be a lot more of a story that allows me to think that if I get a sell in here, this is going to be a pretty good chance to write it down, because there is a little bit of a trend that's going down while it looks primarily like a sideways market. So it's going sideways with a slight flavor of a bear market, if you like, right? Now, that's of course right in there in the middle of what might be a few things. So there are all these signals you have to get used to learning about as well in trading, and there is something called a flag, and you have to be careful that you don't end up being in a flag formation. And a flag formation is really simple, where it's just basically the price is. I can show you. I think what I can do is I'll just draw it up as best I can. I'll just use this space that I have here. Okay, I'll just take out the chat. Yeah, so a flag formation is where the price goes up or down, and then it goes into this thing where it looks like it's going up and down and up and down. So it looks like it has a bit of a push down like that, and it has a small trend going on like that, and then it continues on. And this little bit there where it looks a bit like a flag, so that's why it's called a flag. This formation like that, after that point, it's still called it's just a flag, right? And that is what this might be about as well, right? So legitimately, there are opportunities for a sell within a flag, and there also are risks as we consider what we might be able to do in a flag. So that's the general idea there. Let me try and get that chart back. Here we go. And we're having a look at this right now. So many things going on at the same time. There is the other principle, which is also that a market has one strong propensity, which is basically to continue going in a direction that it's going as well. So what else I'm seeing right now is that there is a very strong trend, as in like on the 5-minute chart, despite the levels that we are talking about right now, this has been an unmitigated rise, right? That means that the trend on this 5-minute chart has been quite persistent. It's just moving, and that's something to look at as well, just to see where things are going. You can see that the price is, well, I hope you can see that, but you can see that the price is sort of, it's actually pushing up against the 5-minute chart. So there's another shadow there, if you like, of the stuff that's happening. I'm going to change that so you can, again, get a sense of the relative weight of things. So let's put that there like that. So yeah, on the 5-minute chart, it's actually literally going up to the top like that. So it's push, 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 right? So what's happening right now is there's a lot of short-term in the last, to be fair, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 2 hours now where the price has only been going up, right? So that's legitimately a trend, right? Why are we not jumping onto this trend right now? Because it's not a good deal, right? It's not a good deal for us to jump on this. The good deal is we want to be able to risk a little to make a lot. Right now, if we want to play this game and be part of this, what we see might be a trend upwards, we're taking a big risk, right? We're going to try to make a little bit, but put a lot of money down. And trading is not just about being right. It's about being right the right way. I know that sounds like Yoda talk. Right you must be. Rightly. I didn't write this. Well, I didn't think it out anyway. Mm. So let's have a look and see what I can find here. Yeah, so this is the tough part of trading. It's the sitting around, it's the waiting, nothing's happening. 52 minutes of live streaming so far. I told you a bit about what I do for work. And still nothing, right? And this is part of the fantasy that many people carry with them about what trading or successful trading is going to be about, right? It's about being able to get in there every single minute and making a trade. I'm not going to kid you. There is a way of doing that kind of trading as well, and that's really very high mental load trading, right? So if you look at the history in this past this past 2 hours, right, and you look just at the chart, and you look at the the way the prices moved and all that, wouldn't have been impossible to trade this if we weren't considering some other aspects of it, right? So if we're just trying to follow a trend as it's going there, it wouldn't have been impossible to trade the levels. There are lots of places where we could have, like taken a buy, taken a buy, taken a buy, and that's one style of trading. And as I speak to myself now, the challenge is to go like, yeah, but it's not the strategy that we are employing, right? Because it's yeah, it's a different game we're playing. So we want to make sure that we're on the same plane as well, and that's very important when it comes to maintaining your plan, your strategy. It's got to stay within that plan. So what's happening here now? This is interesting. This is a 5-minute chart turnaround happening at the very edge of the market like that. I'm just gonna go in there and have a look. It's possible that something's happening here. Now it's very tempting because it is exactly where we kind of want the turnaround to be, which is at the exact high of the market today, and that's come up as a nice strong reversal. Usually it's seen as a nice reversal as well at that little pin. It's not a big sort of like a wick that I would probably like, where it goes all the way up and gets rejected firmly, but it's a good start. And why I am not going to sell this yet even though it would feel supremely rewarding to be right about it because I saw it so early, is because there is no actual structure in place to show you what we call is a lower high, right? So as you look at this, and as you look at the details of the chart here, you have what you call it's the as the market's going up, we're looking at the higher lows. The lows as it swings back, they're all going higher like that. So there's a higher low, higher low, higher low. It's higher low, higher low, higher low, right? And to look at a market where you want to go the opposite direction, you have to have evidence of it heading in the opposite direction. And it's always about context. Where do you see this, right? So like here, might have been something to consider, because you can see that the sets of highs are sort of heading down, but not in a very convincing way, right? But still something to consider there. And currently, as are the rules that I have been discussing with my mentor, I am not seeing any sign of a significant lower high. There's no lower high, and as you can see, the market's pushing up against it as well. This could very well still be the trap, because it's still within the range of the price from before, right? So what actually is happening, we don't know for sure, but we have to see what we can do with this, right? So at this point, what's happening is I can see that this trend is still pushing on. It's coming up to the edges of the prices, and it has actually been successful, right, in terms of pushing on as well. But we can see that there's a little bit of a slowdown, right? Although this current candle says otherwise, it's really kind of pushing hard again. But it's trying, and then there's a push down at this level, and then the market's almost like it's recommitting to try to make it through, and we're curious to see what happens, okay? Because if it makes it through, then what it is, it's signaling that the market's moving up, and what we're doing is, because of the trading strategy that I am on, I will then want to get in only when it comes back to me again. It pulls back so I can reduce my risk. So that's one thing that can happen. And the other thing that can happen right now is that the market just says, nope, we're going to reject this price. So we'll wait till the candle's all done here and see whether or not it gets rejected, right? So if it gets rejected at the high of the price, the highs of today, and it rejects, first of all, creates a rejection pattern here. This will be interesting, right? So if this second green candle right now closes red, that will be a really, really tall wick. It will be a confirmation, double confirmation, if you like, of the market prices being pushed in the opposite direction. And that would be quite a strong case for a reversal, right? It's a signal for a reversal. On a 1 minute chart, we still want to see something in there, but there is no real sign of 100% push down, a real push down. And there's 30 seconds left for this to happen. Now, this is super important note to self, right? We have to wait till the candles close. And why this is tempting to me anyway, for myself, why I would be tempted to do a sell at this point is because it would be glorious. It would be a nice story to tell, because I took the turn right on the bleeding edge of the corner where there was no other real sign except for the fact that we're just right on the edge of this price. And what's sickening at this point is I have a strong sense that I'm right about this. Super strong, right? And it shouldn't matter, because in terms of risk, this is the thing that I keep having to do with myself, is I need to make sure I do not take the risk, that I don't take on risk that I don't have to take. So at this point, if I do the sell, I am taking on a risk against what is obviously on the chart, right? So if you look at this chart purely on a 1-minute scale, even though it's really on the verge of things, why it's looking like it could be something, it is just not. It's just not a market that says it's time to sell, right? And importantly, it doesn't just mean that it's time to buy. That's not the meaning of what we see. It is just one part of it. It's not time to sell. I am looking to sell because it looks like it might be getting to the right time to sell, but I don't want to sell. I cannot want to sell until the signs are properly in place. So more sitting on hands, more looking to random stories. Yeah, so the idea again about what I want to do on my other socials, right? So sharing details, sharing specific ideas on how to be better at improving, at communication, better at telling stories, better at collecting stories, right? Which is something that it's a very important idea, right? People ask, sometimes because I used to be on radio, I used to do morning shows, did it for more than 20 years, and as you can imagine, there's always a desire or need for things to say. And people have often asked, well, how do you have things to say? How do you think of what to say, right? And the big secret really is this, right? If you are always looking for things to say, you're going to find them. Most people don't spend time looking for things to say. They're just in life. They're just seeing things or whatever it is, but they're not thinking about saying it to somebody else. That's not what they're doing. Which is why the social media influencers of the world right now, I think, are doing something interesting, because more and more people in the world are beginning to think about that. They're really looking for stories, which is unfortunate because whenever something happens, instead of just being there and helping, like someone falls down, you kind of go like, I wish I had the camera running. Or if you had the camera running, you just hold on to the camera to see what happens next rather than go in and help, right? But that aside, yeah, it's because more people now, I think, who are perhaps not in the usual area of speaking, whatever it is, but they're looking for things to say. They're looking for content, and if you essentially apply that to your career as a speaker or a leader, that's gonna make a difference as you begin to look for things to say, right? The worst time to come up with things to say is in the moment when you have had no experience to draw on at all, and you do the unthinkable. Well, it's not unthinkable. It's what people do, right? They kind of lie. They create lies in the moment. They and it's not the big fib. When I say fib, it sounds stupid to say, but it's, and I'm feeling this right now because I'm improvising this thought as I speak, because I haven't really thought about this. So it's a meta moment, right? But yeah, if you don't think about stuff ahead of time, you don't really think about things. It's very hard to formulate the thought and actually express it well in the moment. So take some time with your life in terms of what you are looking at or what you consider important, and yeah, collect around that. It's a theme, right? So if you're a collector, you have something that you'd like to collect, right? So you're going to collect certain things, and even if you are a spoon collector, you're not going to collect all spoons. You're going to collect certain spoons that are a certain way, that tell a certain story, that represent something. Same as stories. So you're looking for that kind of stuff. So if you're a leader looking for those kinds of stories, it's going to happen. All right. So what's happened here? The market is saying that nope, it is not interested in staying in this range. It wants to go. So if we go back now out of this market, is telling you quite strongly that it is interested in getting out of this range. It's pushing up. It's gone up there. It's still gonna come to a little bit of resistance as it comes to the previous highs. So if you can, it's hard to see whether you can see exactly what I'm pointing at sometimes, but it's coming to this level again. It's gonna get there, and it's pushing up against there. We're looking for opportunities right now. So if and I have to do a bit of analysis, but I'm going to say right now what the market's telling us. It's moving up and it's pushing up. So the search or the hunt for the sell earlier may not be in at the previous level, but there is something here at this level. It could be a sell again because it's a previous M15 level, and we're looking at a smaller scale. It could be a turnaround. It could be a push down. It could be the market deciding that this is where the ceiling of this particular endeavor is, and we are going to have a look. These initial movements, they're very exciting, and this is where people get trapped again. But we'll see. This is this has some potential. Okay, so we have that. We have that, which is a really big sign. This is an engulfing bear candle, and that means basically the price was pushed down so hard, so fast, and so deep that it overwhelmed the previous candle. So that's a good sign. But it's a solo pair right now in the 1 minute candle range. So we want to give the market a bit more time to express itself. And right now, there's 2 minutes more before this 5 minute candle closes. And if it closes as it is right now, it's a red candle, it's pretty convincing that something significant is happening here, at least as far as the price is concerned, because it is at a previous level. This is the M15 level, and we've had this earlier motion where the price actually has pushed down before. So this price here is actually a push down and actually created a new low in the bigger picture. So this could be tied to this. And this is where I think we could take a 1%, or not 1%, this is going to be a bit more than 1%. Yeah, this is going to be 4% trade. Possibly. Yeah. So that's looking like it's going to be a nice confirmation of something bouncing off the top there, off an M15, which is a nice signal. And now we're looking for an entry. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky, try to catch the slight bounce up. It may or may not happen, but looks like we can do a sell. And the reason why I'm trying to do that is because I don't want to take as high a risk with that. I'm trying to see if I can bring it down to about 2 or 3%. So if I can do a sell from this level roughly, that'd be good. And that's the other thing about, again, we spoke about this yesterday, and I will be speaking about it every time, is this panic or sense that something is going to happen immediately, right? So like here, this thing happens here, right? You see the sign, it goes up, pushes down, and it goes up, sorry, over here. It goes up, pushes down hard like this, and this immediate sense that the next thing that this means, that which is basically it's a reversal, is happening immediately. And so action has to be taken immediately, right? And sometimes not, right? So, and sometimes yes. So let's see now what happens. I'm gonna get involved with this trade now. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm doing a sell. And I'm just gonna watch where this trade goes. This trade has a downside, which is that it's actually quite a large pullback that I am having to watch for. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch to see if I'm right, right? So I'm prepared to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I want to be wrong early, right? But so far, this looks like a convincing story. It's up against the high. I'm pretty happy with this trade, as in like it's at a significant level. It is a bounce against the M15 levels from before, and that's kind of a nice thing. It has a nice reversal signal as well on the 5, and there's a pretty good chance now that on the 15 it's going to evolve into that as well. It might evolve into that. Still got a way to go. But for now, this is what's happening here. So let's see. What I didn't do on this particular calculation, which I should have been doing, is this thing about where it could go as a trade, where my potential is. And purely on the M15, it looks promising. I don't want to overstate this, but this could be a trade that goes all the way to here and beyond. But this would be the target that we're trying to set for ourselves. And for reference, that is essentially a target that is quite a ways away. And the risk, this is the part which is the less comfortable part of it, is about 6%. So it shouldn't be, it's again, not a huge amount of money, because in the grand scheme of things at this point, $6 is not a big deal. But when you think about this, when you're getting to the point where you're trying to do a trade on $100,000, that feels a bit different, right? So to put $6,000 down as risk, that can feel a little daunting. So yeah, this would be literally 1,000 times more interesting if I was doing it with 1,000 times sized balance, which is the objective of it. So the idea is to get to a point, again, the idea is compounding, right? Behavior that's repeated over and over again. And this is a time that for me I might want to bail already. The reason why I'm thinking about this is the other part of that equation, which is where it's still showing signs of going in the original trend, right? As in, like, technically speaking, it hasn't pushed down yet. They're the initial signs, and I'm probably gonna feel quite happy that I saw that early sign or whatever it is, but there isn't 100% confirmation on that. And this is where I could pay the price for this, because if you look at what's happening here, this is the previous low, and this is a new low that's kind of been established, which is slightly higher than this. So it's not the best of stories. So I could be paying an expensive price, and I want to watch this price. And if it starts to go just in the wrong direction. It's not going to behave in a way that's corresponding to the story of it going down. Then yeah, it's back to the drawing board, and that's the challenge of trading, right? Because you sit on your hands for an hour and a half. Literally, you're thinking that something's gonna happen, and nothing happens, and then finally something happens, and the sense that you wanted to be successful is so strong because of the commitment that you have to a task. There's a likelihood that I want to. I mean, the feeling is there. I want to stay with this trade, but if this trade doesn't show me that it is gonna push down, then I have to. And I hate the words as I say it, but I'm gonna have to kill the trade because it's just not behaving the way it's not behaving the way that this trade should if I was basing it on the thesis, right? So you have a thesis, you have a kind of an idea that it's going to work a certain way, and if this price right now begins to break the thesis, if this closes above the top of this red candle, for instance, the body of this red candle, that's pretty much confirmation that the deal's off, right? You were just wrong, right? So this is the candle I'm talking about as I said that. If this green candle, if it closes a green candle and it closes above the body of the red candle, then it's a really clear sign that I'm just wrong about this particular trade, right? And again, because this is me talking to myself. This is my channel and my way of making sure that I stay on track, right? I want to call out myself in the past, because at this point in the past, what I would have done and what I am tempted in this moment to do is actually to add on to the trade, right? And while that would make sense, because you go like, okay, well, it's looking good, hasn't quite gone the wrong way, it's still staying down, it still seems to be pushing down, it still seems to be forming some nice signs here. So this is an encouraging signs. We have a enclosed an engulfing bear candle. It's an encouraging sign because it seems to be in the story of it heading down. There's going to be a part of me that's going to go like, oh, I want to add on to this, right? And why it's a bad idea is because of what will happen if I'm wrong, right? And that's going to be always the case to consider, and that's the difficult part in trading. On the upside right now, I've got a calculation that's going to say, well, I could make $20 on this trade, right? $20 for a single trade on an account, that's 20% easily in a single trade. So that's a huge number and feels great. The downside right now is because of the way this trade is in, because of the positioning and all that, it actually has a risk of 6%, right? 6%, 7%. So that is also something to keep in mind, because that is about the risks that are going down in compounding your trades in the future as well, right? So a 6% risk shouldn't become a 10% risk if I'm going to add some more, and that's actually going to affect the trading outcome. Now, if you had seen the trading rules that I set for myself, then you are also going to realize that I have, at this point, broken a rule. I'm not supposed to risk anything more than 5%, and I have. So that's one smack of the wrist for me. But I was, to be fair, I was watching to make sure that this trade isn't going to move in the wrong direction. I was ready to kill it before I got to that point, right? So now this is looking more convincing. I'm going to give the trade a little bit more time to establish itself, give it some air. I'm not going to move the stops in too early because what there's a tendency for prices to do is to do a retest, right? The retest is to kind of like go back to where it was before and just do a kind of a bounce back. So I'm going to leave that up there. Take my medicine if I have to. If it pushes up and takes out the stop, that'll be it. But for now, let's leave it where it is. By the way, if you look at it and if you're new to trading, this is the counterintuitive part that I always talk about. So I've done some presentations where I talk about trading before, and I've said that trading is anti-human, right? And why is it anti-human? Well, your better instincts are going to tell you to do certain things because you're used to doing certain things, like a chance to win, take it, right? We are usually not going to prioritize what's going to happen when we lose. That's not the usual way to think about life or regard life. But in trading, and actually in business as well, that is actually the best way to think about things, right? The potential to win is always there. The potential to not be able to win in future, that's what you are actually trying to work against. So I'm gonna unpack that a little bit, right? It's the potential to win that's important, that you want to perpetuate. You actually want to keep the ability to win going for as long as you can and as sustainably as possible. So to be able to do that, what you need to do is make sure you don't lose so much that you can't win. I hope that makes sense, right? Okay. If it doesn't at this point, it's gonna at some point. Okay. All right. So now, looking at this is looking a little bit troubling because, and I just have to be fair about it as well, because right now it's looking like it might be coming down, but there's a little bit of resistance again because this downtrend hasn't really been broken yet, right? So there's going to be this struggle. There's going to be a push against the downtrend that's not been broken yet. The proof of this is that you can do some very simple market structure things here. This is still an unbroken downtrend, as in like this is the low, and this low is still higher than that. So there's something there. It's still a fight. It's not quite done. There's a slight reversal signal as well that's happened in the moment, and that is potentially trouble for our sell trade, right? But the bigger picture seems to be okay, right? We'll see how that goes. But in the moment right now, a bit of a fight going on. It's a push up. So this is the detail here as it was coming down, and then it got pushed back up like that. And that's an engulfing green candle, which is indication that it is going to push up somewhat. So that is just like the trend in the moment. That's what's happening in that situation. There is a push up and there is power in that, but we'll see how much power there is in that and whether or not it overcomes this move that we're trying to basically take a position on. So our next place to watch would be here. I'm going to see that, I'll make sure that the price doesn't get or threaten that level. And if it doesn't push back up against that level, doesn't get too high up there, then we have greater feelings. We have more confidence in the trade. And if it pushes down from where it is right now in a decisive way, then I can bring the stop loss down as well so that we don't risk as much if this trade goes the wrong way for us. Which is why this is so mind-numbing for me, because it is so much work for what doesn't seem to be significant. And that's the challenge that is going to strike a lot of people. It certainly strikes me. I still have difficulty with it. I'll be really, really honest with you. I mean, the sense that, and there's two things about this. One is the knowledge that this thing works, right? Because, and I haven't prepped it up properly, but if you were there yesterday, I tried to draw this up, but anyway, it's okay. It's just that, it's just this, right? And I'm just going to show you this chart, and this is the chart that is hard to comprehend, again, because we are just what we are. We're human beings, and changes at the smallest scale doesn't seem to make sense, right? So this is the scale that I'm looking at right now. So if I'm trying to draw this up. Oops, that's ugly. Let me make sure that this looks a little bit better. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So let's. So if you look at this, this curve, if you like, at the start of it, it really hardly moves at all. It's just moving up a little bit at a time, and it's only later on that you see that this curve does that. They call it the hockey stick, right? It's sort of like pushing itself up that way in terms of growth, right? And what this curve represents, which is interesting, mind-boggling if you think about this, is where this can be, and this is where the calculations that were involved in setting up this particular project came from, right? The idea is, how do you move from 100 to $1 million in 100 days? It works out to be compounded about 10% per trading day, right? And the reason why, some of you may have seen me describe this, or I wrote this post initially as well, is that I actually opened up, ChatGPT and put the idea forward. Actually, I used a number of GPTs, of LLMs, to try to talk about this and say, I'm trying to make this happen. I'm trying to do this trade from $100 to $1 million in 100 days. And how can it be done? And invariably, the answer said it can't be done. It explained to me all the different things about why it can't be done. And this is going to sound really stubborn on my part, but I disagree, because some of the fundamental assumptions that are being made, and you remember how AI chat works, right? It is based on the written ideas of the people who decided to write those ideas down, right? So that it's going to be based on some classical trading approaches, the information that it is able to retrieve from published sources, right? So based on all those sources, it is a fool's errand that I'm on, because based on their calculations, the likelihood of success is approaching zero, right? So they're saying that all this effort right now that I am putting in forever to try and reach that target of 1 million is going to require, as they described it, lottery level luck, right? In which case, it would make more sense for me to just go out and buy a lottery ticket, right? That's what it, says. There is, however, the flip side, which is how things have worked. Um, I've I've got a mentor who has been doing it over and over again. He's been building his income from a small amount to a large amount several times in a row, and on a regular basis as well. And it's about being positioned to take advantage of certain moves when a big move happens. That all is there as well. But I have seen it. I've seen how it works, and I've seen how, if you are diligent and you're careful, and yes, if you're lucky, because that is part of the process, you can have really outsized returns, and you can compound those and you can stack them. And on the flip side as well is the truth that you have to be disciplined with the downside, because that's where the real stuff happens, and that's where I've been hit so many times, right? I have built up an account to a level where I go like, yeah, I'm the king of the world, man. This is great. This is fantastic. And what happens is my brain goes into this state where I think, in terms of making that 200K that month or more, so that I am so frustrated that at $44,000, and this is a true story, by the way, that I make a $4,000 loss, that I try to take it out on the market, and it's not about taking it out on the market. They call it revenge trading. That's not really the case. What it is you're trying to make up for loss, right? As you lose, human instinct is very strong. We want not just to take back what we lose. The science actually is in on this, right? We need 4 times as much to make us just kind of feel good. So what it means is that if someone steals $10 from you, or scams you of $10, just having someone give you back $10 doesn't make you feel good yet. What you have to do to feel good or get back to equilibrium, this is scientifically proven, by the way, is about, you need to get about $40 back. So there's reparations as well. So someone steals $10 from you, you're only going to feel good about, or at least feel okay about it, if, first of all, your money is returned and maybe they pay a big fine or they go to prison or do something as well. So that's what we need for that to happen. But yeah, so that's how that particular mechanism works. Now we're going to go back to managing this trade, which seems to be going in the right direction, but it's moving very slowly. So now it's all about looking at the bumps or hiccups that are going to be along the way, all right? So you remember those lines that were drawn earlier, right? These are the lines, the major times, or the major time frames, right? So this big hard line that's here, this is actually the line that's based on the 1 hour chart, right? So this, for reference, if you weren't watching, rewind, because you can on YouTube. This line here, this was the upper level of the 1 hour chart in terms of a range, and this here is the lower one. Okay, so the price currently is coming down and pushing down, and it is going to meet that level pretty soon. And when it gets to that level, what we can expect is actually some resistance. So while we're fully invested, I mean, we're very happy about this as well, right? Because the trade has taken, right? It's kind of in the right place. Now the question is, what is it going to do once it hits this level of resistance as well? So this is a level where the price behaved in a certain way. The market looks at this price as a significant level. And in fact, right now it's also at another level now, which is the M15 level from before. So we're going to see whether it's able to push through or not. It may not. Let's see, right? So if it can push down, we're going to wait and see where it happens. And I'm going to have to get used to the idea of not getting butt hurt as it goes to this significant level and maybe does not work out, right? It may work out, it may not work out. So we're going to see where it goes. Because as it comes down to this significant level, what's happening now is it's coming to another place where the market's going to decide where it's going to go. And for context, where it decided to go the last time is back up, right? So the last time it hit this level, this is where the prices went. It had a little bit of a push down and then a little bit of a fight, but essentially it held a level and then it pushed up, right? So that was the last choice that this significant level had, the last choice made by the market at this level. So there is every reason to consider just closing the trade at this point. Not at this point, but at the line. So that means bringing up that target to somewhere around here, right? Which is not as glamorous a return because you know what? It'd be nice to trade all the way down here. But you know what? We don't know what's going to happen. We can only see what the current roadblocks are, what the bumps in the road are so far. All we know is that in the past, all this has been happening, right? So there's been a nice uptrend. We know there's some levels of support along the way and that the price is likely to push back against those levels. And it would be reasonable to only expect it to go that far, right? And that is sometimes the heartbreak of trading, right? You can see something happening and you go like, oh, this could be such great potential. Right now, I'm actually seeing this again, and I'm really thinking this could be great potential, right? It looks like it could really go. In the big picture, that wouldn't be too far off the realm of possibility as well. Okay, so let's do this. I am going to, with the greatest enthusiasm, I'm going to look at setting a target based on the 1 hour chart, way down there. On the 15, it actually looks a little bit conservative, which is okay. Looking at the details on the 5s. Yeah, on the 5s, it's a smooth run, right? So if you look at it this way, this is the traffic that we're looking at in the past, right? This is the path that it came up by. And the thing about trading is that on the way up is very similar to how the price is going to behave on the way down, right? Because all these bumps along the way where the prices have gone up and down or whatever it is, all these have actually been where there've been negotiations in the price. And so when we are going to go back on the way down, if it's been really smooth as a climb, it's also quite likely that it has a good chance of being rather smooth on the way down. So we'll see where this goes. Currently, again, as you can see, the price is still doing a bit of pushing up against what we had earlier. And if we are again going with the idea of going with the trend, what the trend is doing, we may have to close this trade. Let me see where it goes. Let's see the details. Is it holding? Always about keeping an eye on your money. Shouldn't put money aside or risk money more than necessary, right? So currently, this is what it looks like, which is not absolutely great because there is, this is significant, but what's happening here is there is a reversal signal, right? That's bouncing off a significant line as well. And that's of concern. It's something we're worried about. And we'll see how it plays out. There's a good chance it will actually just reverse at this point and begin to go back up again. Maybe because it's not done with the whole business it had with the the upper limit. It wants to retest again. That's what the market does sometimes. But if this does not go up, like when there's a reversal signal like this, which is a pretty strong signal, even though it's on a small time scale, and it gets overwhelmed by the next candle. So we see what happens here. That's going to give us even more confidence in the sell. So what it means is that there was a concerted effort, a little bit of a try over a 5-minute period where the pushback was quite strong, and yet, the sell continued after that. That's a pretty strong sign. So we're going to see how this goes. Somewhere along the way, I guess I should say like and subscribe. All right, the way it works is, for now, I haven't established an exact time when I'll be trading every day. I'm going to try to keep this to the first half of the day, and during the Asian session, I may open it up in the rest of the day to restate the objective, right? This is about accountability to myself, and the several things that I'm trying to do include spending less time trading, right? Because there is a lot of time that I'm not available outside of this room because I'm also trading on my phone. And so what I'm trying to do is, by putting these rules down, is restricting my activity at least to trading only in front of the computer. And that's going to change a little bit of my behavior outside the room in terms of trading on the phone. And that's one thing that I'm trying to do. And also, I'm trying to land the idea, and this is what my mentor's been doing already, as in, you don't have to be trading all the time. It really is not about trading all the time. It's about waiting for the opportunities and then doing something with it. So like what I'm doing right now is because I'm engaging with a camera. I'm engaging with the fact that I'm putting out a live stream for the purpose of being accountable to myself. But it's not necessary, right, to be just staring at that and doing nothing else. You can do a lot of stuff. You can actually be, working on your business, learning something else, reading, whatever it is, because you don't have to be just watching and watching and watching and watching. That's a note to myself, a note to you as well. If you're thinking about doing something like this, yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that can happen. So I'm somebody who gets a lot of stuff done despite my lack of focus. Because I'm pretty intense when I get into different areas, I actually get a lot of things done anyway. But I do also realize there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get done, and I'm just, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm aware of some of these things. All right, so what might I do right now that the signals are as they are. So again, remember I told you about how just a moment ago we are talking about this particular candle and how I was concerned about it, right? Because that candle there is a reversal to the upside. And what happened immediately after that is this candle, which is an engulfing bear candle, which confirms the trend, right? Confirms that there is a push to the downside, so which is good news for what we're looking at here. What I'm going to do now is put a stop loss, or bring the stop loss in, so that there is, from a technical perspective, no risk of loss anymore. So right now, currently, it's still up there at $5. So it's a 5% risk in terms of a trade. I am now reducing that to about just a little bit above this, so that it's about 89 cents. So it's a dollar risk. Technically, I should be bringing it in so that it's break even at the very worst, right? So that if I am unsuccessful in the foray and my account doesn't go down at all, because there's no need to. But what I'm doing is, because I'm trading gold, and gold does have a bit of a tendency to keep pulling back and forth as well, I'm going to give it a bit more room to breathe. And I'm just this. I think you can see this, but as I measure how much room I'm giving it, that's about 360 points for or 36 pips for the price to come back against me right now, before I get taken out on the stop. And I think that's a reasonable amount, given the fact that this is the Asian session. The Asian session is less volatile than the American session, which will move a lot more in a much shorter time, right? So yeah, this is it. Just responding to a message here. uh, I must say that all this has been a very impulsive thing, because it's something that I've been thinking about doing for the longest time, because it's a solution that I thought to myself is how I'm going to be able to work it out. So it has been a very impulsive thing, in the sense that doing this channel and actually getting it going, right? Because I do this thing in how I live my life. I am thinking about things for a very, very long time before I suddenly do it. And when I suddenly do it, it is all done all at once. And that's a challenge. So not everything about the stream is exactly as the way I want it to be. So I've made little changes along the way to make this a little bit more user friendly, right? For instance, if you look on that side over there, I think it disappears as I go here. That side over there, you can see the balance, or the profit of the trade. And then if you look on the other side, you can see the balance as well. So that's something that I made a bit larger. This is not exactly how the platform normally looks, right? But it's that kind of thing. So answering some off YouTube chats as well on WhatsApp. Woo. So about the journey of live streaming, this has been interesting for me, because as you know, I do presentation coaching. I help people who are doing things on stage. Also, I help them when they're online, and I do a lot of webinar production. So one of the things that I do almost every week, and I've been doing that for more than 4 years, 5 years actually, since the start of COVID, is producing webinars, right? Where we try to convey a lot of information, usually about science and medicine. I'm not the one who's actually doing the presenting, other people are. And over that time, I've been helping teams to look better on screen to make sure that what they do comes across in a favorable way. So my work with them is actually making sure that the lighting is good and their sound is good, and hopefully the experience for you as you're watching this has also been good. So for me, getting it right is significant. It's a little thing that I like to do. I like to be good at what I do, right? So if I am trying something like film production, I'm gonna make sure that I'm good as well. And I also tend to quit if I'm not good. If I don't show signs of being really as good as I think I could be, I have a tendency to I won't say rage quit, but I'll just quit because I'm not doing something at a level that I feel is significant, right? So this trade now is looking good. It's looking nice, pushing in the right direction. Seems to have good form, and it's against the rise from before, which is all green candles, right? So it gives me reason to think that the the sell all the way down to the bottom of this is actually possible. So I am going to move that back there. No, it sounds so decisive of me, but I think this is it. This is a good trade. Now I can look for an opportunity to add to this trade, but only if I can figure out a way to get in without increasing my risk. Now, what does that mean? Well, what there is right now already is some profit on the table, and if I do this because there's been a retest already, uh, I can move this down now to break even, right? So this is already break even. This is yeah. So this trade technically can't lose money, right? Now the question is, will an opportunity show up right now where I can see a way to add to the trade? And if I do that, how will it affect my ability to make some money on this trade as well? So it's not just about adding. You have to go like, okay, if I add on to this as well, there's actually an adding of some risk on top of that as well. And if you stack it all together, where does it leave you, right? So on one hand, it's about making the win happen first. So let's just ride it all the way to the top. Ride it all the way to the level that we think it can achieve. Um, and then there's the other side of things where you go like, but I could make a little more money. So that's only going to happen if there is an opportunity that shows itself to be, I guess, as close to zero risk as possible, right? Which is not common, not impossible. Well, let's see what happens, right? The climb from before was it's a nice steady climb, as in it's not a sudden move, which, I mean, it's all relative, of course. I mean, if you look at it from an hourly perspective, the move was pretty quick, right? Like that. But if you look at some further details, you can go like, okay, maybe not so fast, not so smooth. And let's see if we can we can make it through the bumps. This is looking encouraging to me because it's kind of past the level. It's actually gone below this level already. It's actually coming back up again to the same level. It's looking good for a sell. Looking good, like it's gonna keep on pushing. But yeah, so these are the areas that I'd be keeping an eye out for to see how the prices respond at these levels. But otherwise, it does have a lot of promise. So lots of reason to be enthusiastic about this. And just thinking ahead as well, if and when, if we're successful with this, question is, can I and should I just stop trading for the day? Because I've had the win, and I would have been able to meet the target, the growth target, for the 100-day plan. Ugh, tough, because when there's an opportunity, when something is going the right way and you can figure out how to amplify it, that's a challenge, right? You can recognize a wave is happening and you're riding the wave, and then you go like, well, what I can do now is I can add on to this. And that can take you somewhere quite significant as well. And again, you have to be mindful of what you're doing in that particular moment, right? Are you doing the thing that is just exciting to do, or is it what you had planned to do, right? And again, the whole thing is about a trade, over it's over the trading of 100 different entries and exits. So if you repeat that, what's going to happen, and is it safe? So I honestly don't have a full answer to that, right? There's a part of me that cheekily wants to do this. Like for now, I'm looking at this going like, okay, let's see how do I get in on this, because there is something in this, right? There's an opportunity. I'm gonna make a mark of the 5-minute mark here like this, so that you can see where the price, when the price interacts with that level, we're probably gonna see something. If it shoots right through, I'm gonna be again very enthusiastic about the sell. At this point right now, it's coming to the price, it's testing the price, and if it shoots right through, like I said, very good sign. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world, but it is something to look at and consider, because it's a bump, right? So for reference, this is what we're looking at here, this level. So one of the thoughts that I had about this exercise was to turn it into a show of another kind, which means, hanging out while doing trading, right? So in my old life, I used to be on radio, used to have guests, used to have, interviews, conversations. And one of the things that was often said to me is that I'm really good with interviews. I'm actually very good at hearing what someone is saying and being curious about what they're saying, so that I can actually take the conversation to a place where people maybe don't expect to go to, and it can be interesting for everyone. So I was thinking about whether or not I could do that with this show, with this stream, because technically it's not a show yet, right? This is just about, again, about my accountability. I keep saying this along the way because I recognize that being a live stream, you may just enter it at somewhere along the way, or you might be forwarding, somewhere through the recording of this, and it's a really long file. We don't know exactly where it's going to go. So I'm just going to repeat this every now and then. This is just an accountability stream for myself. It is me being live as I am doing my trading. so that I can be accountable to myself. And I believe very much that if I maintain the discipline that I'm demanding of myself, that this could be something that results in something quite spectacular, right? The way I'm looking at this is, even if I fail, as in if I hit a quarter of my goal, I think that's a pretty good day, or a pretty good 100 days. I also think that I could do this if I'm really, really committed to it. But as we get closer to the goal, and this is the psychology of it, right? The challenge is going to be later on when it gets bigger. Right now, I can be holding myself to all the rules and feel comfortable about things moving back and forth. But the very real question is going to be how I'm going to behave with a change in profits in real time that may be a little bit more comfortable or maybe uncomfortable, right? So, like for instance, if you look at the profits currently, right, it's not significant. It's nine something to $9, right? So that's not gonna sound like a lot of money. How's it gonna feel when this number is multiplied because of the size of the trade now to $900? How's it gonna feel when the trade is at $9,000 or $90,000? That's where we're gonna get to as we get closer and closer to the highest targets, and it's a growth that I know that I'm gonna have to try and figure out as well. Um, and I'm gonna say I don't have it yet. I don't have it now. I know that I don't have it now. If I was facing that kind of trade today, I would probably mess it up, right? And I'm working on that. So I'm preparing myself to grow into that. And currently, as I'm doing this smaller amount as well, I am growing myself. I'm actually making myself more resilient and able to consider things and getting used to the idea, getting into the habit of managing the risk appropriately, of recognizing the amount of risk that is being taken when I open a trade. And as the account gets bigger as well, this is what is going to be useful about this, is that I'll actually be able to maintain those risk levels actually a bit better. And why that's the case is because like early on when I had to open this trade, or when I was trying to get in on this trade, the risk was actually 6%, even though I was already entering at the smallest available unit size, right? So that's something that's not going to happen once the account gets bigger, because when the account gets bigger, then I'm going to be able to right size the risk as well, right? So there could be a risk where there's perhaps maybe what would be a 6% risk on a $100 account is only a 3% risk on a $200 account. So I hope you're following that particular discussion, and that's going to make things hopefully a little smoother as well as it moves along. Some of the rules that people usually apply to trading is that as you go higher and higher and higher up the value, what you should be doing is actually reducing your risk, your percentage risk even more. And I'm going to try to incorporate some of that as well. But in order to hit the grand goal that I have, I'm going to have to try to hit this 10% watermark, high watermark that I'm trying to do for every session, if possible, every day, definitely. But if every session, that would be fantastic. So let's see how it goes. I am optimistic about this trade turning out in a rather positive way. It's not going exactly as I would like it to do. As in, like what's happening right now, it's forming a it's in terms of structure, it's actually formed a new high here. And that's still in this direction and still in the direction of the overall trend that formed up this morning. So I might actually be closing this trade right now just because it seems to be possibly going in the other way. Like I said, I might, but I'm going to leave it open for just a bit to see what happens. And if it confirms, if it does confirm by going back up again, then we start building at the next opportunity. And if it doesn't confirm and it comes back down and pushes down against this, what looks like a move currently to the upside, that'll be great news as well. So let's see what happens here. So great curiosity what happens at this particular point. What happens to the price action? We can watch it like a pay-per-view. So yeah, the level that is of any kind of consequence is this level here, right? And above that is that level there. So we're trying to make sure that this is still, if the sell is on, it should remain structurally, it should remain within the realm. What's kind of good is this. I mean, this whole area here where the green candles are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's that diminishing energy that it's losing the upward momentum. So we could be going back into a sell, nice sell, and I guess one more quiver, or one more arrow in the quiver that goes along the ideas of just following the evidence, seeing where it is, and not reacting too soon. Right? And also recognizing where you are in space, right? Just, I realized that I was, for some reason, looking at it from the wrong perspective. Okay, well, not quite yet. We'll see. Let's have a look. So, yeah, little bit of concern here. It might be a reason to consider exiting, because the market does look like it could be pushing up, right? It's trying to do that, but it's still early days yet. Only the smallest sign of resistance, although its position is kind of relevant because of where it is in the market, right? So the market is just going to show you that it's here, right? That's the level that I was concerned about earlier as well. And we can see that the price has bounced up against it like that. So it has some resistance, or actually the technical word support, actually some support. So the price is actually being pushed up. But you can see that even though it's pushed up against it, it's still returning to challenge that low again. So again, still everything looking like it is very much on track. And this is a place where, you know what, it might be a place to consider adding to the trade. But here's a conundrum, right? I would like to be able to just make the profit when I open another trade, if I open another trade right now, and presumably in a sell. What that does immediately is that it puts us into a potential for a loss on a new trade. That means there is risk on top of that as well. And that basically also puts the performance of the previous trade in jeopardy as well, because you could have a nice win. Like for instance, right now is like I could move that stop loss closer, and no matter what, I would have a certain amount of money made in this trade. Right now, if I move it now to 372, for instance, that is a guaranteed win. if I were to, which is the temptation right now, open a sell because it's looking quite good, that's also a possibility, right? So, I won't. I'm just gonna stay in this trade as it is. I will not add on to it unless something compelling shows up. Right now, nothing absolutely compelling is showing up. It's just showing a little bit of potential. Okay, so what I need to do right now, which is uh, okay. This is just to myself. I'll be back going out for a little bio break. So, ta-da! Let's put that on. Take that. All right, I'm back. So nothing much happened for a while. Let's see what happens here. Man. I've been sitting over there, pushing out there, and I realized I don't have to do that because this is a virtual thing. I don't have to move around. I just move myself on the screen. Okay. This is looking good to me. I want to take a sell. Ah, come on. I'm allowed to, right? Let me see. Okay, have a look. Let's see. What's the evidence? All right. I'm thinking of adding to this trade only because it looks like it's a good place to add to the trade. Things seem to be going pretty okay for the trade. And yeah, but I'm in two minds because that is increasing the risk. I may lose more. I won't lose money, but I will lose more of the profit that I have here currently. Yeah. Okay, a moment's passed. That would have been the nice place to do it. Just a bit before here. Right up here would have been great as it came back here and pulled back a little bit, but no. One must try. There you go. Second bite of the cherry, maybe. Who knows? Let's see what it looks like in the 1 minute chart. Is that what it looks like? Like it's going down, which is nice. Ah. Okay, so the temptation to add on to this trade is high. There's never a need to. There's always a desire to, right? Because if you're succeeding or doing something in the right direction, why not? Um, you know, why not continue? And there's a lot to say that this is the right thing as well, because you can see that there is the a very favorable pattern here, right? That's a good pattern. Yep, all kinds of reasons. I will regret not doing the sell, but I hope I will not regret following the rule, following the flow. Technically speaking, this is, I don't think it qualifies under any of the other rules, right? It's not off a major level. Yep, no, doesn't qualify. So I have to honor the rule. The rule says I only take trades off a major level, and this has not been a major level, so it doesn't qualify. It doesn't happen. It is outside of what I can do. So I can look at it, be tempted, and that'll be it. Lamentations, as they say. Must check Gmail. Okay, 4 o'clock is the next thing I had to do. Actually, I've got a tech check happening in about in about an hour or so. So I'm going to have to break from this otherwise. Yeah, we can see how this holds. No reason to get out of this right now. There's no evidence to say that it is moving in the wrong direction. Yeah, all looking quite good. All this was very encouraging. So that and that, all very encouraging. Good stuff. Oof. So yeah, the temptation is at this particular point when you see something, especially like this, which is so it's a nice sort of a thing that's happening there. It's pretty sure, you know, which way the market's going. And it's so tempting to just go in and say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna just enter the trade there as well because it's looking so strong. I'm gonna chase it, right? And that's the temptation that I have to stop myself from getting into, because that is something that I would I would tend to do normally, and I'm really close to trying to pull the trigger on one right now as well, but I'm not going to because it is again not in the rules. Let me just have a look and see if it is anywhere close to the levels that I can maybe justify a move. I don't think there is. Let's see. It's against a 5-minute move, a 5-minute level right now, but it's not a real thing. Pushing through 5-minute level. That's okay. And we don't really want to get in on that move right now, right? So that again, that's exactly what I was concerned about. That's what the usual thing we're worried about is when this kind of thing happens, right? It gets down to that level, it pushes up suddenly because it is something of a level, so it's going to push back for a bit, but have a bit of resistance. But yeah, we'll just see. So far, so good. It's been going quite well. This is a nice gradual move. It's in there. The market's kind of going its thing. If there's a push up, you know, if there's something that can happen like with all this movement right now like that, right? So this thing moves like that. And then if it just does something like it just pushes up very quickly and then begins to push down like that, might be another chance to sort of get in there, because that's a nice little retest. It's trying to real retest the level. But if that, unless that happens, I can't see a way in. I can't see a good way in. There are many ways in. I can force my way in, but that's not good. It's not good value. Okay. Just to be clear, what I'm talking about here is that at this point right now, I could consider taking a sell right at this point. But what I'm doing is I'm going to be taking a risk, because it again could push up against that price, and why bother with that? Because it's not a good deal. What I should be looking out for is anything that perhaps appears at this level. This is quite good. If that pops back up there and stays below that, that would be a pretty good, you know, sign of something that's going to happen. Continuation of the sell. Right now, it's all looking good. So I might add, I'm considering this because I think it's possible to do. I can actually add this to Facebook as well, and I've got streaming there. I thought I could maybe add that there. It's going to be a different sort of thing. The challenge for me is I don't want to make. I also don't want to crowd people's space, and I realize people have the complete choice. I mean that's the nature of the way things work. So I'm not going to be forcing myself on anyone. Um, but I also don't want to be too much. You know what I mean? I do want to put this out so that it's a place where there's some accountability for me. But will it be too much, right? If I add this as well to Facebook, you tell me, man. I'm curious if you think it will be. I'm curious about how this looks in a larger screen because the streaming specs were a bit low. But we'll see. I think it can work. We'll be okay. Actually, good question. I wonder what size I'm streaming at. Oh, okay. It's just HD. Just for a moment there, I thought I was doing 4K, which totally makes no sense. There is such a thing as too much, right? So this is good. This is fine. So I really should do something better with this, right? Okay. So what's happening right now is it's kind of what I was talking about what might happen, right? As in like the price action has pushed down, it's moving down, and actually there's a bit of a pullback. So I don't dislike my odds in terms of what I might be able to do with this market right now. As in like I think there's a I think there's kind of a level that is around here that this price might be coming up to test against, and might be worth considering. But let me see if there's any validity to the level. Yeah, that could be it. Seems to be something there. So this level, oops, hang on. Let's leave that there because that's correct. Actually, there's there. And let's bring it up here. Now, up here seems like an interesting place because there's been some toing and froing about prices there, right? So it could be a place to take some action from. Could be. So far, everything seems to be sort of firing in the sell direction. So it's looking encouraging. And that's the frustrating thing about being right. And then the signal shows up. So that touched that line, went down, Probably going to continue going. Let me see. How do we do this? So that is coming off a line that's of some significance. And whether or not it's a worthwhile trade chase, that is actually about seeing where this pulls back to. That'll be a $3. So 3 versus 7, that'll be a $4 trade if I'm wrong. Oof. Yeah, so the very real challenge for me now is just getting out of my head about the idea of how glorious it would be to have a second trade added on and it succeeds, right? Because then instead of just the one win when it hits the price target, it's 2 wins. It just feels good just thinking about it, but it's so tempting, and it's not really the right move to do, because slow and steady, as the old saying goes, is really how it works. So, oh, I'm gonna do something that I didn't do yesterday, which I regret, because after I'd done the whole day of streaming and making adjustments and all that, the software I was using to stream crashed without saving changes. So that's always fun. So now, yes, I've hit save. Thank you. Ah. So if you've been trading for a long time, I guess like I have, you come across this thing, right, which seems to make complete sense, right? Everything looks so clear in retrospect, and I mean, look, a lot of that is true, to be sure, right? I mean, look, if you look at the what was happening back here, it should be clear what's happening. What's here, it's clear what's happening, and then this comes up here, and this is a lower high. It's a yeah, it's a good opportunity to want to go in, right? And the challenge is always going to be about how to make decisions in the moment so that you are still aware of the circumstances that surround you and what has been happening in the market. So what's reasonable for you to take on in the moment, right? So the challenge right now in this particular situation is that there are a number of things going on. One of which is this pattern here. It's gone up like that, and then there's a lower high, and that seems to be going down. So that's one set of patterns that we can see at play. Now, the other pattern at play, which is a reversal pattern, is one that looks like this. So it goes down here, and it comes back up, and then it pops back down again to a similar level, and then seems to be pushing up like that. So we don't know where it's going to go, but seems to be pushing up like that. And when there's this kind of duality that's happening, there's a propensity to want to just take a side and say, oh, this is the way it's going. Um, when there isn't a need to. So, like right now, it's clearer which way this is going to go, but there isn't a need to. There's no compulsion that says, okay, two things could be happening right now, therefore I must choose this, right? That isn't the requirement in trading. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter that you might be right about the direction or what's going to happen next. What matters is whether or not you can be positioned correctly to profit from it, right? And there's a real difference, right? So when you look at a market and you see where it's going, you can kind of go like, okay, is this going to go here? To profit from it is different from just being in it, right? So I've been in so many situations, so many deals where the market is going in a certain direction, but it's just not going well. Right? It's in like I'm in the right direction, but the market's pushing against me, for instance, and I get kicked out. I've been in situations where I'm again, I'm all in on the market in the right direction, but because I'm all in and the market pushes back, I am kicked out. I'm completely out, and the market continues in the direction that I had initially bet on as well. So that is the complicated relationship that you're going to have when you with the market when you're trading, right? Because it's not just about where it's going; it's how it's going to get there. Along the way, it's going to buck, right? So I guess a very good analogy is to think of it like a bucking bronco, right? It's not going to just get there in one go. It's just gonna whip around, move around. It's gonna have a tendency. It's gonna have some kind of direction, but it's not gonna be a predictable path along the way. And because of the way trading works, there is the way that leverage works against you as well. And this is part of that big calculation as to why it's supposed to be impossible to make this particular mission work. So hey Siri, set alarm for 3:25. Okay, good. Okay, so this is the part where I try to get some work done while this trade is open as well. What I'm gonna do is keep an eye on where the price action seems to be working as well. Again, no evidence that it seems to be turning around as yet. Structure still seems very much in place. But what I'll do is I will set an alarm for myself to keep a lookout just in case, right? So if it comes up a little bit, there'll be an alert. It'll tell me. So this thing here, this little thing here, that is going to keep me on track. It's going to help me look out for if anything's happening price wise that I should be concerned. In fact, now I'm just going to lower it down as well. And you know what? I should be just securing more profits. I should be at the very least making $7 from this trade, right? And I think I can be happy with that. I need to rephrase that. I don't think I should just say it as I can be happy with that. I should be happy with that. That is actually great from a trade perspective, right? Again, framing it up. If at scale, right, on $1,000, what does it mean? Well, that's $80. On a $10,000 account, it's $800. That should sound good. Okay. Okay, let's see where it goes. So pretty much what happened on the way up is happening on the way down as well. So if you think about this, right? If you look at what's going on, um, you remember we talked about how that trend, if you were there earlier, that trend in the morning was just a continuous trend. It was moving up, moving up, moving up, and it's a trend. And now there's a trend that's moving down, and there's a tendency for the trend to continue, right? So the greatest tendency of all is for a trend to continue until it doesn't, right? So if there is a trend and it's beginning to move, it's just likely to continue going in that direction. And there's a tendency to want to be right about the turn. We're trying to see how do I get on the opposite direction because it's very exciting, right? So, like what we did at the beginning of this trade, which was the beginning of the turn, right? It's where the trend turned around and became a sell. That's exciting. It's exciting to catch that moment when it does make a turn around. But it also is a real challenge because in terms of the life of a trade, in terms of the way a trade moves, you will notice that a lot more time is when it's staying in trend, and it's less time where it is actually making a turnaround, right? And so, if you think about that in terms of probability, if you're always looking for the thing that happens less often, and you're always assuming that the thing that's happening that usually happens less often is happening more often, then you are actually going to be more at risk because you're going to behave as though the market's going to turn when it's not, more often than you're going to be right. So that's the problem with that. So markets turn less often than it may seem because every time it seems to be making the turn, we feel like we have to try to anticipate it. Um, and personally, I'll just say, look, it's really is this thing where you pursue glory, right? It's a great story to tell. I saw it; it was so good, so clear. I got in. I feel like Trump even just thinking about this. Ah, so yeah, the exercise is in letting go, and we'll see. We'll see where this goes. Hopefully. So as I was on the break earlier, I realized one of the benefits of what this is also that it's a journal, and that's been my failure before. As in, I've not journaled my trades, and that is despite every single bit of formal instruction about how to be successful in trading is about journaling. It's always about putting it down, analyzing so that you can see and understand why a certain trade was taken or not. And I'll be honest about that. I've been irresponsible in that sense because I've just been a free form trader. I've not really been, making a record of everything. And I mean, look, to be honest, that produces the kind of result you might expect that to be, right? Because without real methodology to the actual professional aspect of trading, you are probably going to reach a less than professional result, right? Unless you are exceptionally lucky. And I must say, on some occasions, I have been as well, right? I mean, luck does favor the brave. So if you feel, for whatever reason, that something seems to be saying something and it's showing something, and you take a position in it, you know what? You can make money, right? As even if you are bravely going in at the highest price possible on a new rally, for instance, um, you can make money, right? Because the price, if it's on the way up, is likely to go up. It may come against you a little bit along the way. It could feel uncomfortable. But if you can hang on to that and you have the means to hang on to that, you can still succeed, just at higher risk. And that's the thing that I have to keep coming back to and going like, okay, reduce the risk, because you don't have to take as high a risk. Frustrating when it happens, and this is what this particular exercise of doing the live stream is all about, because that's going to, I won't say prevent, because as it showed itself in yesterday's trade as well, I had still a little bit of the tendency to go in there and try to take on a little bit more risk than maybe I should. I'm still tempted to do a sell again, but still no real good reason for it. No real level that I can say I stopped talking because I saw an opportunity to do it. I'm gonna have to see whether I'm gonna accept it or not as a real opportunity. Nah, I'm just trying to sell myself the idea. It's terrible. M15. Let's see what we can do here. So that's the M15 level from before. That level there, which is where the price currently is. It's below the M15 levels prior to this, because there have been some levels here where, like that, where the M15 has been significant, right? So that level is bouncing around there. So I am just having a look, taking a smell of what could be a sell. This is the old bird in the hand problem, right? You've got something, it's profitable, it's going to be okay. And yet there is the possibility that you add on something extra and you make something more. And you just have to always remember that that comes with the flip side of that, which is it could also mean you lose a bit more. And if you do lose a bit more, in this case, I let go of the opportunity to essentially at least break even on the account, which is not a bad thing to be doing. Let's let that go. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm trying to decide about what I need to be doing, things I'm forgetting to do, things I need to remember to do. Other work. This is the real work that I have to do as well. So I'd show you the screen, but it'd be boring than this. It's hard to imagine something is more exciting than watching a trade mature. It's just something that doesn't, it's not like a horse race, right? And I guess that's a fantasy that we have, that it's not going to happen very quick and fast, and it sounds like that sort of thing, but it actually is something that takes time. It just takes time to mature. I guess it's like farming, right? I think farming is even worse. If you have to do things in the faith that this is the right thing for the future. There are going to be circumstances that are going to evolve that are completely outside of you. But if you're well positioned and you've done the right thing, there's a chance of a positive outcome, and that outcome may come whenever and however. It's not as bad as farming because you can actually control to quite an extent the degree of loss if you are unsuccessful. So farming can be, and how do we end up talking about farming? But yeah, I think it can be significantly more risky. So why I'm so passionate about trading is that I think a lot of people can benefit from it. A lot of people are going to be able to get free of their circumstance that they are, well, they're bound by, right? So if you think about how life in general works, is that we're all tied up to money. We're tied up to the need for money for the things we need, the things we want. And if we can let go of what we want, then it kind of, reduces the load. But there's also the things that we need, right? And so that there is a need, therefore, for money. And if there is only a certain source of money, then that's the only way that we can figure it out. For me, trading has been this opportunity to look at a different way of doing things, right? While I'm good at exploiting the opportunities in other ways to make money, in terms of work, in terms of professional clients, there's also this, right, which is independent of a client or someone buying, right? There's no need for marketing on my part for me to be successful in trading. I can run a successful trading business without having any clients. And there's something about that is really very cool, right? Because it gives you the ability to buy back what it is that you tend to be giving up your life for, right? You're giving up time and control to be able to make money so that you can have the life you need, right? And the life you want. Trading lets you do that without actually having to be answerable to somebody else like that. It's not without risk, but then again, all life is risk, right? Going to work means there is an opportunity cost as well to that. You're getting something but losing something. There's always a price for everything you do, and for trading, yeah, there is a risk. You're putting down some real money to make some more real money, and you also are putting down time to make that happen. You are taking on the risk of the challenge to your personality because trading is difficult that way. But I think there's a lot to say about what's good about that on that side as well, right? Independence, um, definitely one of them. Um, and if you are able to hunker down and be disciplined and do the right thing, it can come to the place where you're able to make a living from it. And that's pretty staggering. And not just a meager living. I mean, that's the part that's really significant about this. It can provide and exceptional living. And someone I know uses the term a generational wealth creation device. I know it's pretentious, right? But that's what it is. You can change not just your life, but the life of the generation that you're part of in your family, right? Generational wealth. And it's possible if done correctly. Now, this particular journey, to try to make it to 1 million, it's it's going to be more just the conceptual, it's about the concept of it, right? The pursuit of it, the climb. I don't know how it will be when I get to a higher amount. It may well be that the heat's going to be too much for me just to trade with just $10,000 because I suddenly feel the pressure of it. I mean, whatever I'm thinking about at that time, I can't really tell, right? But I know it's going to be different than what it is right now. I know it's going to be growth. I know it's going to be challenging. And I mean, the hope that I have is I'm going to be able to do this. The hope that I have is that I'm going to be somebody at the end of this who is comfortable trading with a potential $90,000 loss because I am in the market the right way. And I know that if I make that $90,000 loss, then I might have to just settle for $800,000. Could happen. And that's what I am training myself for in this process. The training I need for that, by the way, isn't just going to be contained in this. It has to be found outside of this. It has to be through people who've been through that, who can give me convincing advice about how to approach that process. So it's not just someone who just claims they can do it. They need to really have the cred and say, okay, I've been there. I've actually been where you are. One of the other things, by the way, that I've spoken about in some, quarters, and if you happen to come across this right now, then you're one of the few people who are going to hear this, online, is that along the way, because of what we were trying to achieve with finances for the family, we lost about $1 million, right? And it's not a million US dollars, Singapore dollars. So it's, I guess, not as bad, but it's still a sizable sum. And the way that we lost it, the way I lost it, is basically through an investment in a company that seemed to be legit enough, but in the final analysis, weren't quite what they said they were, and it was. It's complicated to talk about what exactly happened, but that's the case, right? So the loss is there, and it is something that I really, really, really feel terrible about, because that investment is not just about that loss is not just about the money that was lost there, but also in terms of the alternatives that were available to me to use that sum for. And all of that was because I just wasn't educated at the time. I didn't know what I could do, how I could try and secure it and do something better with it. I just did not have that kind of wherewithal. Should have, didn't have it, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of what happened. That's where that happens, and the path that I'm on right now is, I guess, in a sense, it's a path of redemption in that particular aspect. I've been lucky enough to have a career elsewhere that has let us, despite that loss, have a pretty decent life, with kids going to nice schools, um, being able to have some pretty nice stuff, So it's all things considered, it's a pretty good life. And the challenge is to try to try to feel grateful for a pretty good life when at the same time I can't help thinking about the even better life that I could have had if it just didn't happen that way, right? And that's pretty heavy on my mind. But that's again is something that I think about from time to time, and it's something that I realize that while people don't really have the same thing that happens to them, they have varying degrees of it. There's an opportunity you've had in your life, or there's some choices that you made where you maybe made the wrong choice, and if you're like me, the sole breadwinner of the family, at least until the kids grow up and begin to earn their own keep, it runs heavy on my mind because there's certain things I want to do, right? I want to be able to leave behind a financial legacy that is going to make life easy for my kids, right? At least more secure for my kids, and that's something that I think it's nice. I wanna also have this ability to have a nice retirement with my wife. I want to provide for her the opportunity to have a comfortable life, and that's for now. It's something that I have to work on a bit harder because of all that lost income, the lost capital. And that's the power of it all, right? Having the capital in the first place to get you from where you are, that rocket fuel that can take you to the next level, and knowing what to do with it. That's the challenge. You really, really, really have to think about that and do that carefully and with consideration, right? So anyway, so this is it. Um, Again, end of the journal for now, at least for this particular chapter. I have a few more minutes with this. The thing that's happening in the background right now is we're considering lunch. Let's see. Can I please have? Okay, so we'll let that go for now. Just reviewing something now. Someone has sent a script, a proposal for a podcast. I've been invited to speak on something, so I'm just gonna have a look at this in the meantime as well. And while I'm doing that, I'm just going to also have an alarm for the price. Make sure that the price doesn't come against me while I am looking somewhere else. Okay, so in case you pop in at this point and go like, what's going on? I'm just reading something else, not to do with the trade. Okay. What was that? Okay, that's the sound of the alarm, the price thing. So I was just watching to see if there's going to be any kind of pullback on the price. And that has come back a little bit. So time to review, just to have a look, make sure that everything's still on track. Any particular reasons? It's bounced off the level. So this is again about significant levels, right? So the level that again I should have been more mindful of is the 1 hour level from before. Remember there was a range that we were aware of, and this is the 1 hour range from before. So this level actually is a significant level. It seems, and this is remains to be seen as to how it continues to play. It seems to have bounced off that level. Whether it bounces with the full recovery, as in like it goes all the way up, as in like it moves on and it bounces up, it continues in an upward trajectory, or if it comes down and continues with the downward trend, that remains to be seen. As to how to trade this, one way to trade is to look at significant levels and just set your profit targets at those levels, right? So I could have, tried and probably would have missed putting a profit target at that level. And if you were watching at the start of the session as well, you notice that that's exactly where I put it. I actually put it at the 1 hour at the 1 hour low. In this case, it would have just missed because it would have just got very close and gone past as well. But it's a pretty good, sort of indication of how things can go as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at this. I'm going to try and see how much of a pushback I expect, maximum pushback I expect. Because I still want to play. I still think it's a worthwhile trade to keep going. And we'll see how much of a bounce shows up in this movement right now. You can see that it's beginning to show signs of losing its conviction. It's come up, pushed up quite fast. All right, so yeah, it's come up here. It's pushed up quite fast, and we'll see. It could have more conviction than I like, and could get us out of this trade. But then again, you know what? It's just the way it is. Just as I say that as well, it's being pushed back down again. So maybe we have more of a more of a fight on our hands than we had thought previously, but let's see. It's by no means settled, as you can see. It's just going back and forth. It's trying to push up, a bit of a push down, then a push back up again. It is it is it is Chumbawamba. It's a reference that certain people of a certain age are gonna get. Actually, you know what? Even the people of a certain age may not get that. You know, I get knocked down and get up again. Okay, never mind. One. Okay, let's see. This might be a place to get in on the deal. You know, maybe since it's a pullback, it's a retest, and if it behaves appropriately, could be a source of a few dollars. Here you go, another $10. That'd be nice. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like a tempting situation here. The price has pushed down. It's come back really quick on what looks like might be a retest. It's hit a previous 5-minute level mark and doesn't seem to be pushing through. Seems to be holding back a little bit like this. So it's looking tempting as an entry to add on to the trade. It is, oh man, this is what the look of temptation looks like on my face. I know it's not very useful for K-drama, but that's it. That's all I've got for you. Little temptation. $2. Okay. Okay. Still lots of potential in this. Let's see. There'll probably be a little bit more of a whip up, and then we can try and take a position, maybe. Because this is looking promising with the continuation now of the downtrend. It's about the levels, right? So we're always looking at the levels. This is the high. That's a new high there, like that as well. Looking like it's gonna continue. I'm gonna bring the stop loss closer to the end there of that. Just because I might as well secure a little bit more profit as the trade is evolving. And I think there is a possibility that there might be a sell-on here for a little bit more to add on to the trade. it's coming up to 3 o'clock, and usually when it gets to an exact time in the market, like 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30, there could be some kind of activity or kind of some stuff that could affect the market because of the opening or the or, like the closing of a market, opening of a market, whatever it is. Let me see what I've got here. I'm just checking the calendar, and today is the 18th, so nothing major seems to be scheduled for 3 o'clock, so nothing might happen. We'll see. So this looks like a pretty strong confirmation. Yep. Yeah, hi Zin. Sorry, I saw the message. Can I get uh is there okay, can I just get quick chat then? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So no quay, just the meat only, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, $1 more. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so that looks like a reason enough to sell. Just for context, right? If I sell here, I'm going to take a $3 risk. $3 risk to add on. And let me see, there's a good reason for it. Let me see. Yep. Yep. What do is I'm going to look for a price around this area here. So if it comes up, it gives me a price like that, I'm going to take it. If I don't get the price, I will just say no thank you, because I don't want to take on much more risk than necessary. So if I get a price where it bounces back to that price around here, then we can consider it. Let's see how it goes. This is 300 from here. Okay. That's the level. That's the level that I'm interested in. Okay, let's see what happens. Oof. Okay, let's say we do $2. It's here. Okay, so the story so far, and this is where we are Okay, so this is what we're looking at right now, and this is the story that I am reading currently from this. So the downtrend still very much in, and we just had essentially what is a nice confirmation to me. It's a continuing downtrend because there's another lower high, and I'm looking for a bit of a pushback into this price like that. And if it comes up there, that's $3 risk. If it comes down a little bit lower, it'll be less risk, right? So the idea is to get to a low amount of risk, which is like maybe $3 more. I might wait for the yellow line here where it's going to be about $2 of risk if I want to add on to this trade. But it does look pretty good for a continuation. There we go. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it could be the moment's past, right? So it's okay. We only want the best deals. So if there's a great deal, then we go ahead and we do it. If the deal's not good enough, then we don't. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen here. Possible pullback. Let me see. So I'm just going to be taking a lunch break soon, only because I gotta get some food into me before I get to my client at 3:30. So this might be the end of this today, or at least the end of this session. I'm not going to close the trade, I don't think, because I think it's okay to keep it open. But again, keeping with the rules of this, I'm very tempted to open a trade at this point, but because that's going to be a $5 risk, it's outside of the agreement, or outside of what I want to be doing with this, because it's going to be it's a risk on top of what the profit is already right now. So there's a $14 profit on the table. If it pulls back, it's going to be reduced by $5. And if I take another trade right now, it's gonna make the net sum of a loss. It's gonna make a $10 loss if I have two trades running at the same time, which would bring me to just a gain of $4 for all the work that's happened so far. So maybe that's not a great deal. So for now, worst case scenario is $9, right? Which is better than $4. Best case scenario, not quite as high. It's $21. It would be about $31 if I took on the extra trade as well. So that's the math behind that. Again, if the price just pulls back a little bit more into what I consider to be a favorable price to do a sell, I will. But for now, not enough of a reason to to take on additional risk. This white line here, that represents, oops, oh man. Okay, let me just make the line independent of the levels there. So yeah, that price is, it represents a risk of $3 if I take the trade there, and it pushes up, and against the next yellow line, the next yellow line is going to be if I take the trade a little bit higher up here at this level here, it's going to be $2. So I might be open to it at $2. Let's see. Oops, $2. Ah, do I do it? Yes. Okay. Taking the trade. Taking on a little bit extra of risk. So the worst case scenario right now is we will make $7 from this trade. Best case scenario, which is, well, based on these levels, it's going to be about 30 plus dollars from the trade. So let's see how this goes. I've made myself nervous. Ah! Damn it. Okay. But then again, it looks fine. This looks like it's actually in the right place. I will have to own this. I was impatient entering this trade. I was concerned that I was not going to get my price. And theoretically, what I should be doing is waiting for it to actually change into a red candle to sell. So this is going to have to be docked against me in terms of a bad trade. I could win the trade. So again, the difference is you can have a winning trade, which is a bad trade, right? So the idea is not to have bad trades. The idea is to win correctly, and in this case, I did not. So bad boy. Although it's looking, potentially quite good right now. I hope that comes across as as something as well, as in like there is such a thing as making a bad trade and still winning from a bad trade. Whether you win or lose a trade is not the measure of whether it's a good trade, and that's something to remember. Yeah. Okay, so let's consider now worst case scenarios. Currently, I have two trades where if the market pulls back against us, I will lose $2 on this trade and only make $9. Yeah, about $9.50 on the other trade. So yeah, like I said, it's about $7 profit if the market pulls back against us. If the market continues, which I think it can, then it could lead us to about $30 profit, which is a pretty decent percentage in terms of the rate of return that we're looking for, and it will more than make up for yesterday's less than spectacular performance where we lost 6% of the account overall, and it wasn't the worst as well. Actually went down to as far as 12. I think it was 12% under. And the question is whether or not I'll continue from there as well. Okay, so I may have to leave this where it is right now. May let the session run while I'm actually going out to take a break. So this is going to be the trade continuing without me being around. And the idea there, I think, is just that it's maybe useful for you to see what happens, right? How does it turn out? Um, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is go outside, do a real quick break, and then try and come back to this. Okay. Hmm. Should be building up things on the broadcast so that when a win happens, when we get the profit and all that, there's a kind of a whole sequence where there's music, fanfare, and confetti, which will be kind of fun. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, so we are going to monitor this right now just to get a sense of possibly what's happening in the market. Okay, so very large. Let's see what this is, right? So it's possible that the market's pushing back up again, and that's just from the kind of action that's happening here, and then here, and then here, and then of course, like the counter to the story is this thing coming down as well, and that's very normal, right? So this is what we call a compression. So the compression of the market is such that there's a price coming down this way, and then there's a price coming up this way as well. So there's compression happening. So we'll have to see where it kind of meets its resolution, and hopefully it continues in our favor. And remember again, the market tends to continue. It tends to move and continue in the trend that is prevalent at the time. And I would say that the trend, as most recently as we can say, was down, and it hasn't really buckled up against that yet, right? So there's a little bit of compression, a little bit of rising lows, but it hasn't really pushed back up as well. So this is the situation right now. This is what we are suspicious of, if you like. So I am suspicious of the market's intention of which way it's going to go. What I might do is position my stops so that I could, if I'm wrong, I will have less to lose. And if I'm right, then it makes no difference, right? So I'm actually gonna move the stops closer, only because there's already a sign of compression, and because there is a sign of the compression, it could lead to um, it the thesis is going to be based on the compression being at play. So if it is the case and I'm right, then therefore it is consistent with the theory, right? But if it is not the case, then I'm wrong and I should be wrong earlier. So that's the thinking that I have right now of moving the stop loss down as well, because you can see that little things are happening here. There's a mini rally happening here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes of green candles, and that it's a possible rebellion, small little one. It could have impact as well. Who knows? Let's see how it goes. So what is happening? I am going to say is a challenge to the level, and it may well be, you know, um, it could be the end of the road for us. We'll see. That was a quick push down there after the end of the candle. Let's see whether it holds. It's the start of a new time as well, a new 5-minute candle. So again, you can see the trend so far seems to be there. The two things happening here. One is this level of support here, which seems to be very strong and resolute, but at the same time, you have this kind of compressing price happening as well, coming down. And very often, what happens is when there's a falling price against a compressing or a support level, it usually breaks through. That's very often. Never to be assumed it will be the case, but that's what happens many times. So there is, for me, a sense of optimism about this panning out the way I hope it will, which is going to be, the sell continues and help to maybe make to grow the help to meet the targets of growing the account by a little bit. So I'm hoping to 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 put some runs on the board. Okay, hopefully in a significant way. To put this into context as well, I'm actually behind the curve because if I am to grow this account at the rate I'm supposed to, the account should be at closing time today $121 at least, right? So if I manage to get there, then I'm back on track for the daily growth requirements, which are crazy, but I think it's doable, especially if I'm going to be, careful about the entries. It is actually possible to hit the targets that I have in mind. Okay, so what am I going to do now? I have to take a break, I guess. I have a client. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to close the session for now because I'm really gonna have to get myself some calories just to get ready for my client in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Um, but yeah, so this is where we are currently. We have two trades open, and there is some risk on the table, but the risk is actually of profits already going to be made. And the worst case scenario is going to be that we will make, I think, $7, which brings us to just about break even from yesterday's level of $100. That's the worst case scenario. Um, what is looking quite promising right now is the ability for this to progress to the next level. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go outside, take a little break. I won't close this session yet. I will leave it open and say, yeah, I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it open with this my alarm to remind me of the next session, and I will come back just before saying hello to my client in the next session. So let's see what happens. I guess we can watch the show. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move these. I'm going to move the text out of the way as well, so it's not going to interfere with seeing the action, so to speak. Okay, just realized that I can do something here, which is attend to my client while leaving this stream on, so that if anybody does pop in, you know, you can still see and cheer on what's happening. So you can see the conclusion of this trade. So I'm going to pop out right now from this stream and go and attend to my client, and I will be right back as soon as I can be. Okay, so let's just keep this open. I'll leave that there, and I will take myself off this camera. Enjoy. Okay, right back. And unfortunately, maybe just as the trade is going to go against us after all. It was an adventure worth taking. But let's see if it does. If it does stay within the range, and if it does stay within the range, it should push down. But it may well be that we get ejected at this point. Ejected, rejected. Let's have a look. Come on. Let's have a look at the details here. Levels are so important, right? Because that's exactly where the action's going to happen, if it's going to happen. And once it gets overwhelmed or defeated, that's also where it happens, right? That's where a decision makes. So that's all I have time at this time to keep going with this particular stream. So I'm just going to have to stop it here and catch you on the other side, right? So let's see what happens when we catch up. Will I be streaming a bit later on today? We'll see. That might happen as well. So this all depends on whether or not. And I just realized I'm floating in the middle of nowhere here. But yeah, let's see whether there's time to do a second session today or not. And let's see how it turns out at that particular point. I'm hoping we will be in a more profitable zone. Right now, it looks like we may just be breaking even with yesterday's starting amount, which is, not too bad either. Okay. Thanks for watching. Thanks for keeping me company anyway.